your way. Nissan badge really just flows nicely, pops off the front end of the nose so perfectly. Now when we get up onto the hood, it's gonna be hard to see on camera, but there's a slight crease that rises up, and then you'll notice that there's actually a bulge on the front end of this Nissan Z. Now what's great about it is that the way it kind of angles off and then back towards the windshield, that's more of that character taken right from the 240, the 260, the 280, those early years with so much character and style brought into this 21st century example. Now, as we come around the bend, this is where I fell in love every single time. Wheel and tire setup. So you're gonna get these beautiful bronze multi-spoke wheel. Love the style. You get that Nissan badge in the center there, sitting on these Dunlops. Even with the white, the raised white letters, really gives the side of the vehicle a lot of character. Those massive 6-piston calipers with the Z logo on there, 2-piece rotors, aluminum hats, cross-drilled, fully ventilated. It will be interesting to see what makes it on the actual production vehicle from what we see here. But if this is any kind of speculation on what Nissan is doing, they are definitely doing the business when it comes to braking capability. Another big question mark is what's going to be sitting underneath the fenders when it comes to suspension bits. What type of tweaks are they doing to the chassis? All that work that's going to give us a Nissan Z that should perform like none other before. We come down the side, nice curve with a hard edge down below. I love the side sill, the way it's extended out, and then it tapers in, and you'll notice the carbon fiber side sill extension all the way towards the back as it flares back out. Now I'm going to have Lori kind of drop back because the side silhouette is really what makes it for me. They actually made the vehicle longer, so this vehicle is longer than the current 370Z, and you could see that from front to back, but the character lines just absolutely stunning. Gloss black mirror caps with slim and trim, turn signals built in. You're going to have, of course, that two-tone setup with the blacked out roof, A-pillars, gloss black along the base of the side window. Back here, you're going to get that unique quarter window, and that is another design characteristic brought into this new Nissan Z. The silver trim, it's interesting. When I saw this on the virtual unveil, this is what I'm telling you. When I saw it on the virtual unveil, I was not really loving it, but I actually like the brushed aluminum finish. It really cuts it nicely, the black with the yellow, into the rear fender, and it really does look like a samurai sword blade. Like it's just gonna cut up the competition. That Z badge back again where it belongs on that rear pillar area, and the way that the rear end just flares out. Let's drop down and take a look at the rear wheel and setup on here. Just like I said, that brushed aluminum look, absolutely stunning, so tasteful to design with the massive rear brakes even in the back. And then as we come around towards the rear, I think the way they did the rear glass is perfect. So you're gonna have the glass section here. This section is gloss black coming off the roof, being part of that connection with the Japanese 240Z and all that. They still call it the Fair Lady Z. So that's why we see that badging over here. So it will be interesting. This is another area. What will the US version have on the back? But I do love the Z badge. And then as we drop down, they're taking that character taillight design off of the 300ZX, and they brought it perfectly. This is another area that I was not 100% understanding the direction that they're going in, but the way they did the taillights actually mimics the shape of the grille. So you have that connection there, and you have it with the connection to the 300ZX with that design. The Nissan badge looking good, and then as we work our way down, carbon fiber lower rear diffuser. Very interesting how this will play out in production, but you do have that diffuser along the bottom. I'm digging what they did with the exhaust, with the little holes that they've cut out around the edge. Nice slash cut, very wide, very sleek, very clean. Let's go ahead though, let's get to the interior and see what things are in store for this, let's call it a 400Z.
Hi guys, and welcome to another episode of JDM Masters, and on today's car reviews we have here the Honda NSX NA1, which is the original Japanese supercar. We're going to be doing a little test drive and review, so come join us. In the late 80s, when Japanese manufacturers were trying to get into the sports car market, there was actually nothing like this ever before. The contemporaries of European supercars, Porsche, Ferrari, and even Lamborghini were on top of their game. The exotics, supercars, mid-engine, and high-performance machines that could do high speeds, but also produce of exotic materials and set up there in the pecking order of supercars. Japan had a couple of sports cars in the past, like the MR2, which is actually the first mid-engine car made by a Japanese manufacturer, but there was nothing that could compete with Ferrari or Porsche, or even bring them down. And the Honda NSX was conceived back in the early 80s, in 1984. Honda commissioned Pininfarina to actually come up with a concept which they called the HPX, standing for Honda Pininfarina Experimental. Now this was a study design, and you can see here in the reference photos, it was styled in that classic 80s flat wedge shape with a mid-engine, but that wasn't the forerunner of the NSX. They hadn't even thought of the idea at that time. Right around the same time, Honda started experimenting with different drivetrains. Traditionally, they had always been doing front-wheel drive cars, which of course was very popular with the CRX and also the Civic. And of course, drawn from the illustrious F1 history, going back to the 60s when Soichiro Honda decided to start actually making cars and be the first Japanese manufacturer to compete in the prestigious Formula One with the RA271 and 272. And these actually put Japan on the world map as a credible and serious car manufacturer, but also drawing from that technology and the expertise and their meticulousness in the way they build cars and of course engines, they decided, well, why not? Let's try to make a supercar or a high-level sports car that will be able to compete with the best. And there's a little story here. In 1984, at the same time when the concept HPX came out, they actually experimented with a different drivetrain by making a Honda City and later on the CRX, putting the engine in the back, and they discovered that it gave fantastic handling qualities. Well, of course, having weight in the back also means that the front becomes lighter and sort of turn in with that sort of chassis technology would actually be very good. But it wasn't until years later when they decided, well, why not actually use that study, which was shelved for a while? Let's try to make a proper sports car. And so the story goes that they commissioned another in-house design, which is not by Pininfarina again. And so they decided to come up with a concept-official sports car that would be able to compete with the European supercars. And in order to do that, there were certain criteria. It had to be lightweight, it had to be rear engine, and had to have a design that was extraordinarily outstanding. And so this is a look at the product of their labors, called the NS-X, introduced at the Tokyo Auto Show in 1989. This was the prototype model, which the production model really looks something like this, as you can see. And also there's a little story which famously goes that Ayrton Senna, the F1 driver who was the world champion at that time with the F1 McLaren team, and they were winning a lot of F1 races back in the late 80s. And he contributed his insight and opinions, which contributed to 50% more body rigidity and handling, and to improve Honda and their exploits to make their very, very first proper, true, high-level super sports car. Of course, they had no experience previously other than the S600 with rear-wheel drive cars, but it doesn't mean that they couldn't make what they did with F1 into a road car. So they had all of these ideas. It was just putting it into concept and putting it into production. But how do you make one of these things? So let's look at this classic wedge design, something which was very similar to the Ferrari 348. There's nothing like that back then. You can see also in our previous video where we visited Honda HQ in Aoyama, and we talked a little bit about this, but today we're going to go a bit more in-depth into the actual design. So let's start at the front. Short front overhangs, which indicate that the engine is not in front, with sloping tail at the back. The trunk area has a lot of space, which indicates that it's mid-engine. But also you see how the shape isn't really fully straight. The over fenders here have a slight little bulge coming on the top here and slowly creases in onto the center. But with these retractable pop-up headlights with a good distance onto the bumper, creating really good superior airflow and aerodynamics. Of course, this was also the thinking back then in the 80s. Also came in 1990, but this was the aerodynamic thinking when using computer-aided design to shape the body. But one of the reasons to use the retractable headlights was to actually reduce the height surface area of the front bumper, therefore giving it superior aerodynamic qualities. When you had the lights up, this was a different story. But the NSX had the retractable headlights, which didn't really go up as high as certain cars like the MR2 or the RX-7. It only came to about here, as you can see in these reference photos. And practically every supercar or sports car in that era all had retractable headlights. So from the front sloping body, you can see that the glass area is unusually large, especially for something of that time. Honda's priorities were to make a super sports car that's also easy to drive. Yes, this sort of glass canopy design takes its inspiration from a Fighting Falcon F-16 cockpit, and in order to give it very good visibility all around. You can see in this diagram how the vision which is sitting inside the cockpit makes it a lot easier to drive than some of the European sports cars. And this was one of the points that Honda, who had a lot of experience making luxury cars and also commuter cars, decided to try and combine these two elements to make sure that a sports car like this would also be easy to drive on a daily basis. Coming onto the side, you have the door handles here, which are nicely recessed into the sort of B-pillar, and the back has a glass canopy which underneath sits the engine, and this is also something different from the Ferrari 248 design, which had the C-pillars coming all the way, stretching to the back and therefore blocking rear vision. This is one of the important things which also sets the NSX design, now perhaps a classic in its category. Down here you see the huge vents, which are actually air intake for the engine, which is sitting right in the middle, right underneath the cockpit. These were also certain design cues that you can see on the Ferrari. But this is Honda's own little take on the design. Two creases coming in from the door, which leads into this vent. One at the lower part as well. Very, very simple, very, very classic, but also very, very functional. Now, of course, this is an all-aluminium body car. I'm just going to prove that it is really aluminium. I've got my Great Britain fridge magnet test. It's rubber, very soft, don't worry. So, here we go. Doesn't stick. Here. Okay. It doesn't stick. So, let's go to the door. All right. Doesn't stick either, so it really is aluminium. Now coming from the side into the rear section of the car, and you can see how, well, there's this huge rear windscreen which houses the engine, which I'm going to show you a little later. Simple lines, something from the 80s and the 90s, which is contemporary thinking of how low and a supercar should be. Wow, look at that in the background. You can see today it's a cloudy day. But we couldn't see Mount Fuji. Usually we'd choose this spot because you can see Mount Fuji in the background, but it appears that we're going to get some sunlight, and the nice horizon is covering the entire lake area. Anyway, back to the car. The NSX has an unusually long overhang, and the reason is there's actually a lot of trunk space sitting behind here. Now, Honda did that in order to ensure that the people who will buy this car in the main market, who would be perhaps middle-aged businessmen, will be able to put their gear or in big golf bags and go on a trip. And one of the big things that helps this is that the engine is actually placed transversely, like in a front-wheel drive, with the engine and the gearbox all laid along this line, freeing up all the space, which is not possible on some of the Ferraris or the other mid-engine supercars of that era, because the engine was placed longitudinally. maybe they didn't know to need to go for golf or whatever. But for Japanese businessmen who would consider buying this car over their European contemporaries, they had to have trunk space. That's very important. So the trunk lid here integrates a spoiler, which is interestingly at a really gentle angle going up. But it was indicating this was something special. Now, the aerodynamics of the original Honda NSX were very superior even back then. With CD of below 0.25, it was very aerodynamic efficient, which is an important point for high-speed stability. If you had a rear wing that was too big, it would create a lot of drag, even if it gave downforce. So this original design was trying to get that balance. The sloping angle of the rear windscreen following into the long tail also help in creating the right amount of downforce, which is what you need when you have a rear-wheel drive car. Now the track on the rear is also wider than the front. And interestingly, even in the original car, the rear wheel size and tire size was a 1 inch larger than the front. Was putting all that power into the back, especially with mid-engine cars, meant that the traction had to be controlled better. So if any one of you who buy these NSXs have to consider the ratio of front wheels and the offset in accordance in the rear. So let's have a look at the engine underneath this little rear windscreen. It goes up like this, and on the normal NSX, there's a cover which covers the engine. You can't see on the NSX-R. It's a mesh that shows the engine in its full glory. So lift it up like this. There should be a little stand, and you can see here DOHC VTEC. So the engine is called a C30A C series, which is derived from the Honda Legend at the time, but the engine used in the NSX is completely different. 6 cylinders, V formation, 90 degrees, 3 liter, short stroke with Honda's revolutionary DOHC VTEC, which at the time in 1989, which was introduced in the B16A and DA6 Integra, which we did a review, you can see in our previous video back then. Now, there's a little story behind the engine. They weren't actually going to use the VTEC technology until it was proven in the 4-cylinder. Originally, they wanted to just use whatever engine they had in their large capacity Legend, but it was a little underpowered. And so, in the development story, the reason why they came to use aluminium was also to lighten the weight of the car by a significant 200 kilograms. Now, aluminium was an exotic material at the time, and it was not used in any other manufacturer. So Honda actually went through a lot of pains to make this the world's first aluminium-bodied supercar. They actually got the suppliers who, at the time, very skeptical about if they would be able to use it in car production. It had never been tried before. Honda decided to build a special facility in Tochigi, in the Takanezawa factory, which was completely dedicated to making the NSX body. You can see here how stamping each body panel and then welding it by hand on a human, non-automated assembly line to make the structure, and this would actually help to reduce the car's body weight, because weight is the enemy of acceleration. Now, adding a high-revving, high-powered engine without the use of turbochargers, now VTEC really helps, standing for Variable Valve Timing Electronic Control. Now, a little explanation about what VTEC is. Contrary to popular belief, and a lot of fans would say these days, VTEC just kicked in. The kick in actually refers to the switch over point between the low speed cans and the high speed cans. A VTEC engine was created on the outright from design as a high revving engine with high power, very similar to a racing engine. In fact, this is where Honda derives their technology from the experience in creating F1 engines with a small capacity but having very high power. Now, in order to get high power, you needed to rev very, very high. The higher you rev, with the torque available, revving very high would give a high amount of horsepower, provided that all the components in the engine can actually handle all that stresses. So this is where Honda really excels from their experience in creating F1 racing engines. Every component is designed with a very high level of accuracy and meticulousness in every part of the engine, from the engine block to the channels in the cooling system, the crankshaft, the way it's balanced, the conrods, which are incidentally made of titanium, are also an industry first used in a production engine. The valve head and the cylinder head area with its superior flow, all of the components including the camshaft holders, the valve springs, and all these little parts are significantly balanced within a very small tolerance of difference of weight between them. This is where the Honda magic comes in. Plus, adding the VTEC gives two different cam profiles, creating that high power. Now, the lower cam is to actually make it more drivable in a daily basis. So it's created as a high-powered engine, but with the VTEC, with having the lower cams, it could actually give more mid-range torque, which is useful in what you want in everyday driving. Now, on the race circuit, in certain corners, when you have the shift down and the revs drop into a lower speed range, that torque actually really, really helps. So having that technology already being proven in the V16A of the Integra, and by the time 1988 came, they were able to then use that technology and put it into the C30A engine, therefore giving it 280 horsepower, which was the gentleman's agreement of maximum power limit back in the 1980s. So in reality, it probably had a little bit more of that also in later tunes. But 280 horsepower with 30 over kilograms of torque and with a very high response engine, the contemporaries of the JDM world with the Skyline GTR, which is RB26, the Toyota Supra was just released 1JZ, and the Mazda had their rotary engine, which was also very highly responsive. But all of these cars used turbochargers. Now, Honda was the only player that decided not to use turbochargers back then. So relying on a VTEC engine with racing engine-like capabilities, a lightweight body, which incidentally is about 1,330, depending on the different markets. The Japanese model is about that, the weight range. Mounted with a 5-speed gearbox placed transversely, not unlike a front-wheel drive car, but of course the components inside the gearbox are also strengthened with improved synchros, giving it more smoother shifter feel, and LSD to help it in cornering. This was the packaging of the engine, was also placed much lower to give it a lower center of gravity, therefore helping in its turning moment, which is why MR cars have a superior handling feel. You don't have a lot of weight in the front, which gives more traction to the rear. Now, one of the advantages of MR cars is simply when you're going into a corner, you're able to brake in a straight line with more stability in the rear. In a straight line, therefore, you can brake deep into the corner, off the throttle as you turn in the light front. You're able to put the power down a little earlier, but of course it's tricky compared to a rear-wheel drive car. But in the hands of the right driver, this was very interesting and also superior on the track, which is why a lot of Formula cars use this layout. But on a road car, it created a lot of packaging problems. You can't have rear seats. If you buy one of these cars, you don't need rear passengers. All you need is an open road or some time on the circuit, and that's where you can really enjoy that pure driving sportiness. Now, the NSX was created as a show of technology, of what they could do, to also put the supercar status of representing also the Japanese manufacturers on the world stage. When it was released in 1990, it did exceed the performance of the Porsche 911 and the Ferrari 348, which of course were considered as the hallmarks and benchmarks of high performance cars. So let's talk a little bit about the chassis right now. So the body is made of aluminium, and therefore all the components underneath, the subframe and also the suspension components, are also made of aluminium. Now, befitting a car of this level, the suspension control was of course double wishbone. Now, double wishbone has the advantage of being able to hold camber, which is something that you want to maintain the contact patch as the car is going into a corner, much better than a strut suspension. Having a very low body profile also was one of the key points in being able to use a double wishbone suspension. This is the same arrangement that you can see in open wheel cars like Formula cars. It consists of an A-shaped arm on the top and the bottom, therefore giving its name double wishbones. And wheel housing, therefore giving a straight energy from the road onto the body. And double wishbone was able to offset that damper further in from the wheel, therefore giving a better lever advantage. And it also has the control arms on the top and the bottom in order to control that camber. So all that technical stuff aside, the double wishbone upper arm is located inside the wheel housing, as you can see here, which is quite different from a lot of passenger cars which have double wishbone. Even the Civic, in the back there, has a high mount upper arm, which is above the so this is different characteristics. The in-wheel double wishbone suspension, which also is the same as the S2000 and the A80 Supra and also the RX-7. This is where it gets into the super sports car category of having this more advantages in layout. Now the brakes, 2-port calipers on the front, also made of aluminium, all this in the interest of saving a lot of weight. While having lower weight also means that they're able to use smaller disc, therefore contribute to less unsprung weight on the front wheels, which gives it also better steering ability. Now, this is just some of the designs from the outset that, as a true supercar or a sports car, has an advantage over cars that have been built for purpose racing. So it's adding less parts, or rather removing parts right from the design, rather than adding more parts to make it, eventually makes it heavier. Of course, on Nathan's car, he's got the CE28 SL special wheels, and these are perhaps a little more lightweight than the original NA1 15-inch. So it's very good condition. All right, let's have a look at the very tight cockpit of the NSX. Now, Nathan's car, of course, as you can see, doesn't have the original seats. Bride bucket seats give it a much more comfortable hold. But the original NSX had leather seats with a very special design, which gave it enough hold, but also was good for comfort. While the later versions, like the NSX-R and the Type S0, had Recaro carbon Kevlar bucket seats, as you can see in these reference photos. But let's look at the overall cockpit view. And as per the design, going on the original brief of Honda wanting to create superior exterior view or all-round 300, not 360, but maybe 310, this really made it a little different and much more user-friendly, and therefore visibility is very important when you're driving a sports car, especially on mountain roads like this. A-pillar over here doesn't really interrupt your view. The steering wheel position is quite far back from the cockpit itself, but placement of the gear shift, which is a little bit lower than some other sports cars like the later version S2000 of the Roadster, but it does really feel that you are just inside a very compact but yet comfortable cockpit. In fact, the eye line from where I'm sat at, looking at the bonnet, isn't too different from a Accord or a Civic, and the ergonomics are just very, very perfect. Reaching out, I can touch the controls for the aircon, and also this really interesting kind of jet fighter's futuristic design wiper stalks, and that made the front lights come out. Very, very interesting. These these buttons and cruise control over here, handbrake on the other side, but it's all placed within ergonomic distance. Now the interior is lined up with leather on the dashboard, really soft touch, and you can really tell that 90s quality. Now with the dashboard also curving into the door panel, the one continuous line, you feel like you're really enveloped in this little starfighter kind of feel, pretty much like something out from Star Wars. The dashboard sort of slopes down at a very gentle angle onto the center console, and the side brake or the handbrake is placed on the opposite side, but it's all within very nice ergonomic reach. Now this shift knob here, probably the titanium one from the NSX-R, weighted of course for precise gear shifts, and just going through the gears, 1, 2, 3, short shift, you really feel that mechanical movement as you're positively moving in from gear to gear. And this is just something that's very important to feel when you drive a car. You want it to be able to, tactically communicate with you, and it gives you that feedback. So we're going to go for a little short drive with Nathan, the owner, and we'll see how this actually feels right on the road.
So we're in the NA1 NSX, not Type R, but it is still Honda's top of the range Halo supercar. And thank you, Nathan, for letting us review your car and drive it.
Absolutely.
It's been a while since I drove the original NA1 NSX, but I've always felt that it is a really special experience, simply because, as the design brief and Honda set out to design this car and make it, it was supposed to have the super sports performance, for circa 1990, but it's easy to drive as a Civic or an Accord. And what do you think about that?
It's definitely an easy car to drive. A lot of people say it's like the one supercar that you can daily drive, and I fully agree.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you don't lower it too much, it's definitely it's a daily driver for sure.
Yeah, I'm loving really how there's so much of view out the front and even on the side. In that rear windscreen with its wide angle view.
Yeah.
It just makes it a lot easier, far easier to drive than Porsche 911s or Ferrari. That's for sure. Like Honda's really achieved their design objective with this.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now this 3-liter mid-mounted V6 engine, even without even going into VTEC range. Now the gear ratios on the non-Type are actually pretty long.
Mm-hmm.
There are kits for the sim to make it the Type R that gives it, shorter gear ratios that will make it really nice in the racetrack. But out here on the normal roads, on this long winding road, which I feel this is where this car feels more at home with. The wide width of the NSX, almost 1.8 meters wide, is a little bit wide for the tight, twisty Japanese toe gear roads. It feels actually more at home maybe in America or in European roads, where on like the Autobahn or maybe the Nürburgring, its size really makes it feel a lot easier to drive. But even out here in Japan, we're out here at the famous turnpike, just cruising along like this at the speeds. There's no stress at all. Like the throttle response, third gear, whoa, and that sound just coming from the low growl of the V6 engine. Even though it's a V6, it doesn't sound like Toyota or Nissan V6s. It's got a special Honda sort of feel, and it's not very often you get to try a VTEC V6. In fact, this is one of the first ones with this high performance, quite different from the traditional 4-cylinder F20Cs with the S2000, which we'll try later, and also quite different from the V16A and the K20A. It's got that special feel to it. And what's really good with a NA engine is it doesn't have turbo lag. It's instantaneous response right from the moment you touch the accelerator. So I'm going to just 20% throttle, giving it a little prod, and there we go. It's that feeling of lightness. This is where you really appreciate lightweightness in a sports car. Because while turbo gives you a lot of power, it's all about the feel. It's not just paper specs. It doesn't need 400, 500 horsepower in order to feel that this is really just truly, truly sporty. Now, the note about the suspension, the double wishbone really does give it a really confident feel, even going on these undulations and the straight route out here. It returns a fair amount of comfort. Now, obviously, if you were to have the Type R, it's not going to be as comfortable, but its lighter unsprung weight also contributes it to be able to sustain its weight as it's going around the corners. The light body weight, of course, helps. 1,300 kilograms. It's not as light as maybe the Civic or the Integra, but compared with the very well matched gear ratios and the torque coming in from that engine, it really does feel light on its feet for something of this size. Now, of course, one of the reasons to choose an MR layout is so that you can have a wide rear track, which gives it a lot of rear stability. Now, going into this corner, in on the brakes, slightly turn in, you can feel how light the front feels compared to a front engine car. It just gives that response. It's something about the steering feel. Some models do not have the power steering. In fact, they all do not have power steering. And you just get that direct feel like you're driving a plus 4 or 5 size go-kart. This is where mid-engine cars really have that advantage feel. Now, realistically speaking, it's a design from the late 80s, and even with all that F1 derived tech, and it's just mechanical. It's very involving. It doesn't require a whole lot of electronics, even though it does have traction control. There's ABS, which is quite revolutionary, back then. Now, if you look at the new NSX with its hybrid four-wheel drive systems, overcomplicated, it's also really, really heavy. This goes back into that more spiritual feel of what Honda was trying to achieve coming out from their experience in F1, just putting it into a road car, which is not an easy feat. They've never done something like this before, or no other Japanese manufacturer actually attempted to make a car of this level into the exotic category. Now, when it first came, it was priced at 10 million yen, which is $100,000.
Yep.
That's pretty expensive for something coming out of Japan. Today, like the new NSX costs like 1.5 times more, but it was quite a good value for money going against the European cars. In fact, when the NA1 was released in 1990, its performance was actually better, exceeded the Ferrari 348 and the Porsche 911. So much so that it's rumored that the Europeans actually took the NSX and reviewed it, reverse engineered it, and actually tried to make their cars better, stepping up the game. Now, one thing that would always be different is the quality of the parts. This is something that not only Honda does, but a lot of JDM car manufacturers, but also that reliability. You get the same reliability that you're going to get in an Accord or a Civic. So this was something unheard of. The European cars have always known to be quirky. Well, I wouldn't go as far as saying they're really unreliable, but it was something that was accepted back then. But to have a supercar or an exotic car with the everyday reliability, as you said, it's you can still live with it on a daily basis. Of course, you don't have rear seats, but well, who cares, right?
Right.
Tell me some of the best things that you like about driving this car compared to cars that you've driven into in the past.
Oh, the best thing is definitely I wouldn't necessarily say the power, but the way it handles and the amount of power that it has in what you try to do with it. It lets you do exactly what you want. It never breaks away from me. It's awesome.
Would you go as far as to say that it just responds to your wishes, to your command?
Absolutely.
that's quite a unique feeling, isn't it? Because like not having power steering just gives it that feel of just directness, like a huge go-kart, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, you hit it on the head.
Hit the nail on the hammer.
You
No,
hit the nail.
hit the nail on the hammer.
You hit the nail on the head. Hey, my name is Nathan. This is my I've always wanted this car. It's definitely a dream car. I know it's cliche to say, but it's definitely one of those unicorns that everybody grows up, and they're like, oh man, the Honda NSX. It's something it's rare. I could never have that. I would never have the opportunity to have that, but it just, everything played out. I was able to save the money. Not something I recommend, but I did use the stock market a little bit. Being like military, we're not made of money, so it's kind of weird seeing an active duty enlisted person with a car like this. Definitely studied a lot in the stock market just to be able to afford this. But yeah, it's got all it. I put the diffuser on it, the front lip from Yamamoto Racing, the CE28s, super lights, the teen coilovers, and then the bride seats, and then the Momo steering wheel, quick disconnect, NRG, and then Works Bell hub. I'm trying to keep it fairly stock, but just small add-ons, small bolt-ons. I don't want to do anything too crazy, but because I like the original look to it, just a little bit lowered, raced out a little bit. That's about it. So actually, I bought the car in repaired condition, but it ended up being still in pretty bad shape. It was crashed at a racetrack. The front rails were pushed up, and rear left rail was in pretty bad shape as well. So I took it to Ogino Body Shop here in Tokyo, and they were able to place it on a jig and pull everything back into Honda spec with their repair manuals, and they all drive NSXs. They're part of the community. I trusted them with it, and definitely worth it. I didn't realize the car I had until it was repaired. So I'm happy with the repair. It was pretty pricey, but with being the aluminum chassis it is, I was expecting that. So if you're looking to buy an NSX, definitely make sure it wasn't crashed. Plans for the car, really honestly, it's up to the Air Force. I can't say I would stay in Japan forever. If I could, I would, and keep this car in its homeland. But if the Air Force decides to send me back to the States, then I'll definitely bring it back with me. And honestly, I'll try to maintain it as best I can, and try to get into the community and find the people that know how to maintain it as well. Advice for aspiring NSX owners, it was a process. Definitely, especially being out here in Japan, not knowing the language. It took me about a good year to find exactly what I needed to do to the car, the people, and because I didn't want to take it to any small body shop. I wanted to take it to a really renowned body shop. And the owner there, Hashimoto-san, he owns a Type R, and he was able to ease comfort me with the price. He was like, no, like this is our specialty. So I was like, all right, sounds good.
So we hope you enjoyed that review of the Honda NSX NA1. Let us know in the comments if you'd like us to go for other models like the Type A0, provided we can find them really rare these days, or the top of the line Holy Grail NSX Type R. But let us also know in the comments if you'd like us to review some of the more maybe older cars, and then the 80s, or more from the 90s, or maybe newer cars like the newer NSX. So until next time, peace out.
Hi everyone, welcome to JDM Masters channel, and we are going to do a drive video today. We are going to obey the speed limits, of course. You will see everything here, and you can see the signs on the road. In Japan, you can go +10 and nobody will say anything. Everybody does this. And you will also see that lots of cars and trucks will be passing by us. Speed limits in Japan are pretty low, especially on like big highways like this, and this is one gun. We will go on one gun. It's around 50 miles per hour, which is 80 kilometers in kilometer, yeah. But +10 is okay. Nobody will say anything. Police won't say anything. And let's see if we obey the speed limits in the GTR 34, which is around 600 horsepower, and it will be one of the hardest drive I will do. How hard it is to drive this machine in the speed limits. Of course, we have to respect the traffic. Okay, if you're ready, let's start from the beginning.
Welcome aboard Japonic's R34 GTR, and we'll be taking you on a little ride around the Shitoko Metropolitan Expressway, a huge network of toll roads and overpasses and underpasses encompassing the Tokyo Metropolitan, Kanagawa Prefecture, Chiba Prefecture, and Saitama Prefecture. And on this route, we'll be explaining a little bit about the history, the network itself, and if you do come to Japan and happen to rent a car, going for a drive, and see how you can enjoy the same scenic scenes that we usually drive on. This route here is called the K5, which is situated in Yokohama, and is heading towards the very famous Daikoku Futo parking area. Now, some of you may have heard of this. It is the melting pot of the car enthusiast, car culture world, which centers around a huge car park located on a big landmass right on the middle of the One-Gun Expressway. Now, a little bit about the One-Gun itself. It is the longest straight in Japan for an expressway, consisting of a long straight passing from Yokohama, Kawasaki, past the Honda Airport, along the coastal road. Now, One-Gun itself means coastal road or bayshore route, and this is also the setting for the anime One-Gun Midnight, which itself is based on 1980s and 1990s street racing culture. Some of you may know the very famous Midnight Racing team made their fame around the world, driving on their high-powered cars over 300 kilometers an hour. Of course, these days that sort of thing doesn't happen. Police activity has been very, very strict around, and they've cracked down on a lot of street racing, so we do try to take it safe. And safety is, of course, the most important thing that we always emphasize going for these drives. There's nothing to show, or there's not really any benefit of really speeding, because Japan offers some of the smoothest highways and some of the smoothest roads. As you can see, traveling on this road here, there are hardly any road undulations and bumps. And on this particular section, on the right here, we'll be passing through the very famous Minatomi Road. Maybe you can't really see it, but right now it is passing through underpass, which is on the way onto the One-Gun. And so we'll be going left right now into the giant loop. And Japan is also filled with a myriad of constructions of the world's best civil engineering. And Japan is 70% mountains, and the biggest flats on the Kanto Plain, which covers Tokyo, Kanagawa, and Chiba section, a large part of Saitama, is a huge plain. This is where all the buildings and the factories are all concentrated. And on the Yokohama side, which is a little bit south of Tokyo, it's along the coastal bay, and the word One-Gun comes from this word, to the bay shore running along the bay, and it's long straight. But also, as we're coming into this loop here on the left, you can see these huge multi-story loop bridges which circles around, creating a sort of interchange which actually spirals out in 3 different directions. So coming into now on this ramp, we'll be taking this little round going into the car park. Now, for those of you who play a very popular game, Assetto Corsa, may actually find in this mod that includes this section, although probably you can't go into the car park, but we'll be taking you on a little drive-through tour just to see it in the daytime. next time we'll be coming back in the night, and you can also check our previous video where we talked about the Daikoku Futo and its night culture. So most of these roads are toll roads, and in Japan you have to pay either through cash or a special system called the ETC. Now all the roads here are owned by the government and also shared by the different prefectural offices. And the money that goes from these tolls goes painstakingly into paving and maintaining the very smooth roads and ensuring that traffic support owned by a company called NEXICO, which ensures road safety and also working in conjunction with the police. And they're very active and come to the rescue or call. And so now we're entering the car park, and you can see how massive it is. Over 250 of cars can park on one side and also trucks on the other side. So as we're passing through this area at night time, it's just filled, especially on the weekends of Friday and Saturday, with all kinds of car enthusiasts and cars, all kinds of level of trim, whether it's stands, whether it's tuned cars, and dressed in show cars. And this is where people come together and meet their friends, talk. But also in the daytime, sometimes on the weekends, we will find supercar owners on Sunday. They'll let us know in the comments if you'd like us to preview that, perhaps. Now, passing through the police station on the left side, and also a convenience store called Lawson's. Right on the right side, there is a big parking for trucks, and this is meant for truck drivers to have a break on the long journey of transporting many merchandise from Saitama or Chiba all the way to Kanagawa to the other side. So this is the exit. Going up now, we'll be rejoining the huge loop, and as we're going up you can actually take three different directions. One is going back on the K5, which leads to a loop called the Yokohama line, which actually can turn around. So there's some interesting things about this Metropolitan Expressway. Because it is an interchange, you can actually get on the network paying one fee, but if you have the ETC, each gate has its own small tolls. This can actually take you on a round-trip tour, which we'll be explaining a little later before getting off. Now, obviously, many road users just use this to get from point A to point B, but in the street culture, especially drivers or rather street racers, the more ambitious kinds, they would actually get on this and stop at certain car parks along the network and go for so-called high-spirited runs, almost indulging in street racing. Of course, that sort of thing does still happen, very particularly more in the 80s and the 90s, where it was at its peak. And so this is the second level, and you can see the level on top is also loop, which is actually interlinked, and it goes up and down counterclockwise and clockwise. So we'll be taking the right over here and heading down the one gun towards the Haneda Airport. This is the start of one of the longest straits in Japan, as we mentioned earlier. Now this passes through a large part of the Kawasaki and Yokohama Industrial Park. Now in the day, obviously, on a bright day like this, you can actually see the Minato Mirai on the left-hand side as you're coming over two huge suspension bridges. So Daikoku Futo is actually situated between these two bridges. The one that comes from Minato Mirai is called the Bay Bridge, which is a double arch suspension bridge, and the one that you can see right in the foreground is the Tsurumi Tsubasa Bridge, which, if you're astute and watch the One Gun Midnight animation or the movie, you can actually see this in the scene, or if you actually play the game. Now in Assetto Corsa, this is actually reflected in very high detail, road for road and sign for sign, and even all these posts and the shape, everything. Of course, the only difference is the normal traffic. And so driving along in the GTR at this speed is probably quite a challenge, but flowing with the traffic is something that is important in any traffic situation. Now, unlike other countries, maybe in Europe or America, the speed limit is actually pretty low, as we mentioned before. A lot of the post signs is 80 or 90. You can see that a lot of the cars do go within the speed limit. Now, having only 2 or 3 lanes in this particular area, the One Gun has actually 3 lanes. It's a lot narrower than a lot of roads in other countries, maybe in Europe or America or even in China. So having 3 lanes means it's not easy to weave in and out and change lanes. Therefore, might be the setting for the speed limits. And you can see also trucks delivering goods. They're very, very active on the road, going up and down at any time of the day. This is very, very usual. The traffic usually follows around these trucks. Now, on the right lane we go. And something interesting about the Japanese traffic law. If you do get stopped by the police for speeding in the right lane, they would actually tell you that you're probably driving too long or too fast in the right lane. What you're supposed to do is use the right lane as an overtaking line, and you can increase your speed even maybe a little bit more than the speed limit just to overtake and go back either into the middle lane or the left lane. And this is something we've experienced ourselves, but the fact of the matter is a lot of people do actually drive on the right lane and keep on going. There's several certain customs that Japanese road users use, and that is actually the lack of using the horn, called klaxon in Japan. Hardly you will ever see people using the horns to get people out of the way, much less so in other countries. The use of the passing lights to also get other people to move out of the right lane is not as often used. Instead, some cars may actually come up to you quite close, almost at a tailgating speed, and you're supposed to move out of the way. Now, generally, Japanese road users are very, very safe, especially in the Kanto region, which encompasses Kanagawa, Tokyo, Chiba, and Saitama, and also Gunma. Now, people here have very good manners, driving at a courtesy rate that is perhaps unseen in other parts of the world. This goes somehow into the culture as well, where people do respect each other's distances, and also generically for the convenience of others. And this can be seen very much on the road, and you can see people actually keeping the distances, which makes it very safe to drive on any kind of roads, especially on the highways. And the pace is brisk. Going on this long straight can be quite interesting, because it is perhaps the only long straight that you can actually drive with 3 lanes, and it gets a lot more interesting at night, of course, with the lights. Now, contrary to popular belief, doing these very high speed runs on the one gun is probably not possible anymore. Perhaps you might be able to see the undulations and the bumps on this stiff suspension GTR. But if you were to go at anything beyond 120 or 130, the road does get a little bumpy, and going at certain high speeds would actually cause the car to unsettle. The fact of the matter is the roads have gotten a lot worse for wear compared to 20 years ago, where it's probably more smoother. And this is of course due to heavy road use, and traffic has increased a lot in the past 20 years. Now, driving in Japan is sometimes a bit challenging for those who've come here for the first time. Although, as we mentioned earlier, road users are quite polite and considerate, and they do actually use their signals, or we call winkers in Japan, to signal before they change lanes, and they give each other a lot of space, generally speaking. But the challenge is problems in understanding or deciphering the street signs or the road signs. Of course, it's written in traditional Japanese kanji, the characters, but also written in English. And in the past 4 years or so, they've actually coded each highway with marks, and also each exit with a certain alphanumeric code. But the network itself hasn't really changed, and a lot of the filter lanes or the on-ramps have very short distance to get in and off, and often merging from the entrance onto the highway itself can be quite challenging, as you don't have a lot of space to merge. And that you might think that there's not enough space, but Japanese drivers are actually very used to it. And one tip when you're driving on the first time in Japan, as you're coming onto these highways, is to actually increase your speed as you're coming out, to give a signal that and make yourself obvious to people who are coming in on the roadway and give your signal very quickly. And as soon as you see space, people actually might let you go or slow down just before entering. Now be careful. Oh, so we just passed unmarked police car which stopped the truck on the left-hand side, and so there's also a danger of these in Japan. A lot of times the marked patrol cars, as we call them in Japan, the police cars, don't actually run on the highways, but they use undercover cop cars which can follow you if you're going on the right lane very, very fast. Usually it's a Toyota Crown or a Mark X, black or silver or white. So if you do see this, be careful, and there'll be two blinking signal lights in the grill, and they'll tell you in Japanese over the loudspeaker to move to one side. Now if you do get pulled over by the police, the best thing to do is just stay calm, and they're usually very, very friendly and courteous. They may not be able to speak English, but you'll probably definitely get done in for a ticket. Now, the little secret here is that if you're on an international driver's license, you'll probably have to pay a fine if you're going over the speed limit of over 40 kilometers more than the speed limit. Anyway, that aside, so we're now inside a series of long tunnels that is part of the One Gun network. Now, the first one here turns off at the end onto the Haneda Airport. And Haneda Airport is the Tokyo local district airport, and it has domestic flights and also international flights in which you can fly directly into Tokyo. First is the traditional Narita Airport, which is actually about 50 kilometers away from the city center. A lot of flights do fly in these days, but well, now flights are actually being cut down less. The Haneda Airport is the central airport which you want to come in by flight, maybe an indirect flight. So passing through to the next tunnel, I will be going underneath the Tokyo Bay area, which actually runs under the Kawasaki line, and the tunnels are spaces where there is actually more opportunity to overtake quickly. As you can see, the dotted lines here make it easier to overtake, but also trucks do take the opportunity to speed up, and a lot of cars actually do. But driving here at night especially is quite an experience. Now these tunnels are very, very long, and Japan has a lot of tunnels due to the wide number of mountains. If you do drive onto the other expressways like Tomei or the Higashi Kanto, you'll find that it passes through a lot of mountains, and many of these tunnels are very, very long, and they pass through many, many sections, and the Japanese have actually one of the best civil engineering for tunnels. But this particular tunnel right here goes underneath the Tokyo Bay, and it goes into the other section which connects onto the Tokyo metropolitan area. Now, it is really, really long, but also the road here is especially bumpy and with a lot of undulations coming in from the other side. Now, do watch out in nighttime. Still get some people actually trying to do high-speed runs, so it's best to just stay in the middle lane, and it's giving it a little bit, of course, just to get that sound, the echo coming out into the sunlight now. And what's the upcoming sign? And it's going into here, right here. This is the Haneda Airport area, and very soon you will see the overpass. And so on the left and on the right are buildings which you can see the car park, and coming up very soon, big massive car parks for the domestic flight. And after this little tunnel here, there is a speed camera, which if you're going anything over 120, you'll probably most likely get caught. So gingerly along here, not too much speed. Okay, Japonics really obeying the speed rule here right now, and here is the speed camera. But of course, take the time to see the control tower, which is coming up after this loop right here. And this red arch here is the overpass bridge linking the terminals A and terminals B. Now the international side is somewhere on the left, which is actually very close to the south part of Tokyo. So we're going to be going in straight into the metropolitan and passing through the Odaiba area. Now, if you look at the map of the Tokyo Metropolitan Expressway, this one gun line actually runs all the way to Chiba along the stretch and passing by the Disneyland. So this stretch alone is in total about 60 kilometers, which adds to the Metropolitan Expressway's length. Now, one can actually travel on this road and make a loop on the C1, which is a loop system made way back in the original 1960s Tokyo Olympics. So let's go into a little story about the history of this Metropolitan Expressway. Before the first Olympics in Tokyo, the government wanted to modernize Japan, and they decided that they needed to improve the infrastructure, and one of those was the highways. At that time, there was not any system that could support cars with higher speeds. Now, of course, in the 1960s, cars generally had lower power and were very small, and the acceleration was not as fast as today's cars. And so most of the C1 network, which you can see in reference photos here, are actually very narrow. In fact, it's so narrow that it resembles a kind of like race circuit, which lends its popularity to street racing. But of course, it still kind of takes place these days. Oh, and so this is actually the tunnel that goes underneath an important part of the base. It's connected in several areas, but it's also orange light, which gives it the best effect when it's at night for photo shoots. Anyway, back to the story of the Tokyo Metropolitan C1 Expressway. Now, in the 1960s, as we mentioned earlier on, cars weren't really that fast, and the fastest car would probably be European cars, but the number of traffic was on the road in those days weren't that much. Now, Tokyo being a very densely built up city with a lot of buildings, didn't allow a lot of space for such a highway to be built. So the engineering department said, why not just build a lot of the sections above ground? So if you're driving on the old C1, a lot of it is actually above ground in a multi-tier sort of way. It travels through and between buildings, and some parts which actually do go underground, like the Ginza part. And so this was the infrastructure that was added on to the normal roads to reduce traffic. Now, fast forward 30 years later, and the structure is still the same, thereby building up a lot of traffic. And so the original network was then supplemented and added on with several other loops. So there's actually the C2 loop, as you can see the sign that just came up. There's actually two concentric loops, one that builds upon each other. actually removed 2 or 3 years ago. So this part is all smooth now. The tolls all been amalgamated into 1,300 if you pay by cash. So this is the final underground bridge that goes into Odaiba, which is a massive reclaimed land section just off the south part of Tokyo. It also houses some very famous buildings like the Fuji Television headquarters, and also a mini Statue of Liberty on the man-made beach. It's also the place for an exhibition hall called the Big Sight, where the Tokyo Auto Salon, no, correction, the motor show is actually being held biannually. The auto salon is actually held in Chiba, called a place called Makuhari, and this road goes all the way straight to there. So this tunnel is one of the shortest, but also goes quite deep, and now it's going on an uphill climb. And as we're coming out of this tunnel, you will be able to see Odaiba. Now look carefully the next time you play Assetto Corsa or the One Gun Midnight game, and into the bright sunlight, and all these buildings on the left here, and an interesting structure on the left coming up after this bridge. Yes, this is the Fuji Television headquarters, a little globe inside, which gives it a very interesting architectural feel. This is between the two areas of the Odaiba, and at night you will be able to see a huge Ferris wheel on the right. Japan is actually full of these Ferris wheels, and it lights up the sky with a myriad of colors, and in fact the whole Tokyo night scene is really nice. In daytime it perhaps looks like any other country except the green and blue signs which are written in Japanese. Most of all, it's pretty peaceful just driving smoothly on this road as you're trying to get to somewhere. Now this part also leads into the C2, but before that there is a famous parking area called Tatsumi, which some of you may have heard of. It's also a small gathering of car enthusiasts, and in the nighttime and also the weekends. A lot of these places are being closed by the police very often now, but in daytime is where people do gather on this Route 10. Just further up here, it will be turning in. And a lot of sort of little outer suburb areas where you can find just cheaper but more high-end residential areas out of Tokyo. Now what's interesting about the One Gun is that it's actually the most efficient way to cross a huge distance for a minimal sum of 1,300. Now there's also something called the ETC, called the Electronic Toll Collection. Now this is a credit card based system where you insert into a special reader which has to be installed aftermarket, and most Japanese use this so that they can get certain discounts when they use it at night, or between short distances between two different exits on the metropolitan network. But if you're coming here to Japan and renting a car, it's now possible to actually borrow or rent one of these ETC cars, and it's actually more efficient and more economical way to get from place to place. So driving in Japan really isn't that scary, even if you don't know how to read the signs. Now, a little thing about using Google Maps. Many areas of the Metropolitan Expressway, especially in Tokyo, are above ground, as we said, and they're actually running above conventional roads, which makes it a little bit tricky for even the navigation system. So now Japonic's actually turned up into the Tatsumi ramp. You can see the sign here, parking area, and he's going to go into the pretty small car park. And yes, on the left hand side is a wall that wasn't there until very recently. Now, because of the large number of activities of car enthusiasts and people just gathering and taking up space, and it's causing a nuisance. most of them do come here to take photos of the night scene, and so the police have taken measures by putting this rather short wall, not that really cuts out a lot of scenery, but it does make it less scenic than before. Interestingly though, the excuse they use that it is actually meant to cut out noise, but and you also find that particular feature as you drive around on these metropolitan expressways. There are huge shields on both sides which are meant to shield off sounds.
So guys, what do you think about the speed limits in Japan and in those roads, like 3 lanes? I was going plus 10 of the speed limit, and you have seen everybody else was passing by me. Some of them was like 100 maybe 110. Even we have seen 120 and 130. And we also seen a policeman who took a truck to the left side for a ticket. I really don't like the speed limits in Japan. At least they should be plus 20, plus 30 more, whatever they have now. For example, Wangan has 80. It should be at least 110, which is around 70 miles per hour, right? Oh, nice Mustang. Really tired of those speed limits in Japan, and this was the hardest drive I have ever done in R34 GTR on Wangan. It's hard. It's hard. It's the longest straight in Tokyo, and 3 lanes. You can go. Oh, nice Mustang again. Okay, guys, that's it from me. Hope you liked the video. If you want any other drive videos like this, let me know. Okay, see you in the next video, guys. Peace out.
This is really rare for us because every time we come up here, it seems to be raining. Even though this is a 4-wheel drive car, I think because it's actually a part-time 4-wheel drive, it's broken the curse of the rain. So this is the R33 Skyline GTR, codenamed the BCNR33. In Nissan nomenclature, the first few letters always denotes the engine type and the body type. The last version was just simply BNR32, and 34 was also BNR32. It's a little strange that there was one letter added for the 33, but that was because they had more ranges in the Skyline range, 4-wheel drive, and also 2-door and 4-doors, and so it was a little longer, so it's correctly called the BCNR33. So the R33 GTR is often a car that's misunderstood within the Skyline GTR range. In the West, there's often memes like it's a boat, even among Japanese fans, was kind of the least favorite among the 3 GTRs because coming from the smaller and more compact, lighter 32, it was seen as something that was too big and too long and too heavy. But in actual fact, the R34 is actually heavier, although it was shorter than the R33.
So we're going to talk a little bit about the history and the technical developments coming from the 32. So the example we have here is the first version, 1995, non-V-spec. It's owned by Tanner Will. You can check his Instagram over here. And he's managed to find a very clean example with very low mileage. It's not even 60. Wheels, stock ride height, stock seats, and it has low mileage. But in Japan, there are still quite a number of cars that have been kept by one or two owners of its entire life. It was never really driven hard. And the mentality of high-spec sports cars here with Japanese owners is such that they're simply buying the highest spec of an iconic sports car. The thinking of many owners is that they are buying a car that is high spec within that range. It's quite common for Japanese to like to buy the most expensive spec of anything, whether it be cars or TVs or a camera or a computer. And even back in the 90s, where people were flush with the bubble economy money, they had a lot of disposable income, to own especially a high-level sports car, and especially a GTR, driven by, you know, just normal people who love these kind of cars where it's heritage and keeping them very, very stock. Some of them actually just maintaining it at the Nissan dealership its entire life. Lucky for us as car enthusiasts, we can find some of these cars in Japan, and this example has had 3 owners. Tanner is the 4th one, actually. So let's talk a little bit about the history of the R33 GTR. So we have here the guidebook for when the car was new. There's all this information, and right on the back you can see their tagline, Super GTR. So why did they call this the Super GTR? The GTRs are based on the normal sedan and coupe family model Skylines. It had everything from economy 2-liter RB20 to a little more sporty RB25 with a turbo. But of course, as many of you know, the GTR range is very, very different from the regular Skyline turbos. In fact, it's a completely different car. Let's have a look why. So coming from the 2nd generation Skyline GTR 32, released in 1989 and finishing in 1994, its popularity in Group A racing was phenomenal, and this really made the reputation of the Skyline GTR with the RB26, even in Japan, before the rest of the world even knew about this car, such a hit, and it was a legend in its own right. That, of course, for the next generation model, a lot was expected. 32 came out in 1989. It had a twin-turbo race-derived inline 6 with 280 horsepower, a complicated part-time 4-wheel drive system with 4-wheel steering, and a reputation with a badge that harked back to the Hakosuka. And coming into the next generation base model, which was introduced in 1993. So the GTR concept for the 33 was released and shown at the Tokyo Motor Show in mid-1993, as you can see from this photo here. And you can see that the front grille looked a little bit like the 32, where there wasn't a GTR badge, and it had slat grills and the Skyline logo on the top of the bonnet. Then it took 1.5 years before the full GTR road version was released. So the reason why engineers took their time to release the road version of the R33 was to give it more time to be developed on the Nürburgring in order to achieve a sub 8-minute time. Now, anything below 8 minutes in the 90s was pretty outstanding, and the R33
test version prototype achieved a time of 7 minutes and 59 seconds. Now this was actually 21 seconds faster than the R32 GTR. So let's have a look here. This is a reference diagram of the Nürburgring, and an article here talks about the development improvements to make the R33 something that could rival the Porsche 911 and Ferrari F355 and just any European contemporary cars. It was when Japanese manufacturers in their sports car range were very serious in challenging and proving that technology. It was a time when Japanese manufacturers were really serious about proving their technological might and ability in the 90s to be able to equal European contemporary sports cars. So Honda had theirs with the NSX, released in 1991. Toyota Supra released just a little bit before the R33 GTR followed suit, and it was Nissan's turn to prove that they could use their engineering and racing experience from the 32s. Also, the other biggest change in the four-wheel drive system. Top view cross-section of the engine and drivetrain, as you can see here. Probably not possible to see on the real car, so it's good that we have a view from a schematic view. You have the engine here placed as far back on the firewall as possible. RB26 engine. Inline 6 is really long, but it's still within the wheel well housing. The 5-speed Nissan-made gearbox is situated over here. And in this part is the transfer case, and you can see here there's a front propeller shaft. Now this sort of style is quite often used on off-road four-wheel drive vehicles, but simplified for a road car. Nissan probably had
the technology coming from the Safari and the Patrol, but for the road car use, developed to turn rear-wheel drive cars into a four-wheel drive car. Now, this system is part-time, so there is a clutch-activated system. The Atessa just transfer torque via a shaft, and the front differential goes under through the oil pan of the RB26 right here. Here is the rear differential. You can see how it's very complicated. Rear double wishbone suspension with multi-link on the rear. The front is a high mount type double wishbone suspension. These components are all different from the R32, so huge increase over there. Here's another photo of the more marketing material of the Nürburgring time and all the efforts they made. So here is a schematic of the Nissan Atessa ETS Pro system, which is a little different with the V-Spec. So let's have a look at the basic system. Being a longitudinally mounted four-wheel drive system, the propeller shaft most of the time sends drive to the rear. So the GTR starts off mainly in rear-wheel drive mode. It's mostly in rear-wheel drive mode, and it only transfers torque to the front when it is needed, for example, at hard launches before it goes in a corner. And there are various sensors, longitudinal and lateral G sensor feeding into a computer, and all this computer wizardry enough to make a Microsoft computer look very complicated. But that's exactly what was so appealing about the Skyline GTR. The only other car that could match it in terms of raw computing power with complicated differentials was the Lancer Evolution. But in 1995, the rival Lancer Evolution still didn't have the AYC. It was just fully mechanical. It was only until 1996 when the Evolution 4 came up with AYC. So the torque transfer mechanism is operating two ways. Let's have a look. You have the rear wheel drive mechanism over here, of course, so torque is mainly going to the rear wheels, and when these host of sensors senses that the front tires is slipping and needs more torque, a hydraulic pump sends pressure to the center differential, which then locks the clutch pack over here and transfers drive from the rear wheel, so like for example 100% up to 50%. It's never really more than 50% via this transfer case to the front shaft and transferring drive temporarily to the front wheels. So this is the biggest difference between the Skyline GTR and other full-time four-wheel drive cars like the Lancer Evolution and the Impreza. And because of this, it could reduce understeer, which was one of the objectives in the R32, and with the R33, the increased stability of the longer wheelbase and wider track, the much stiffer body, and a more advanced system of the four-wheel drive combined with fine-tuning to the RB26 engine. That was how I was able to achieve 21 seconds faster on a tedious circuit like the Nürburgring. Now, when the car came out in Japan, and you can see from reference videos here in Best Motoring, it was highly praised for its agility even at that weight. The weight increase from the 32 was something like 70 kilograms, which is a lot. But the refined turbochargers, electronics, increasing from it to a 16-bit computer and various other minor changes, which we'll take a look later, was something that really put the 33 GTR in 1995 at the top of the performance level. So this is a book from 1996 which shows a lot of data from tests done on the Suba circuit, which was a benchmark for Japanese journalists to test the performance of sports cars. So let's have a look at what the R33 GTR achieved back in 1996 when the car first came out. 1 minute 3 seconds 0.58. Now, this is the first page. It's number one. The next fastest car was the NSX Type R, and 1 minute 5 seconds. So hang on a second. That's almost 1.5, almost 2 seconds improvement on a tight circuit that on like Scuba, which has a mixture of very low speed corners and medium speed corners and very short straight, really emphasizes on handling and punchiness and response of sports cars. And number 3 is the Toyota Supra RZ, which we previewed in the last video, coming in at 1 minute 6 seconds 0.17. So even that was slower than the lightweight NSX Type R. But the R33 GTR, being 300 kilos or more heavier than the NSX, with the four-wheel drive system, twin-turbo, chassis tuning, could achieve this time. And I think somewhere there is data that when the R34 came out, it was about the same, if not, it was actually a little bit slower in stock form. And in the fourth place, we have the RX-7, FD3S RX-7 RZ, which was the lightweight version of the range, coming in at 1 minute, 4 seconds, 0.88.
Faster than NSX.
So that is actually faster than the Supra and the NSX, but still slower than the R33 GTR. The RX-7 was praised for its nimble and lightweight handling, but still the heavier R33 GTR somehow beat that. That's black magic computer wizardry for sure. Just for reference, the Evolution 3 came in at a pretty slow 1 minute 9 seconds four-wheel drive rally car, but without the front LSD, it really just understeered all over the place. Sorry, Evo fans. The Integra Type R was faster. It was at 1 minute 8. FTO was 1 minute 9. What? Yeah. What? Yeah. What? FTO? Yeah, faster than Evo 3. Barely, like giddy.
Just tell me a little bit about how you got into JDM and what was your impression of Skyline GTRs. Maybe like a lot of Americans, it was
so
Furious.
In fact, not quite the Fast and Furious. So like I did grow up like most kids playing the PlayStation 1, so you have the Gran Turismo games. Fast forward to like 2002, 2003 with the Xbox, it was like the Need for Speed. Everyone talks about the Skyline, everyone talks about the GTR, and so if I could tell myself back then, hey, you're gonna have a 33 GTR and live in Japan, I probably would have never believed it, right? But obviously, yeah, it is Godzilla. This image of what the Skyline was something that was unobtainable, something you can't have, you can't see unless you're really looking into maybe some old Top Gear footage or looking at old hot version magazines or film.
So let's have a look at the design of the R33 GTR. Now, looking at this front mast, you might not really notice how different it is from the base model until we have a look at this reference photo. So this is the base Skyline GTS 2.5 Turbo Type M. The base model looks very much like the normal family sedan from that era, with slat grills and not much openings. And on the GTR, obviously with the twin turbo and high power, it needs more cooling, therefore bigger grills, widened space. This car has the Nismo V-Spec optional front bonnet winglet on the top here, and it's missing the V-Spec's huge cutout intakes. You have also here the big grille, and you can see the intercooler, a stock intercooler, which spans the length of this entire grille, and it's actually really large for a stock intercooler. Now on the 2.5 GT Turbo, it's 1/4 the size, but much thicker, and it's usually located on this side. The air intake ducts here is for cooling, it goes into cooling the brakes, and fog lights are also optional on this car. And the early version models, headlights, were not xenon, so they're double on the later Corky models. So let's have a look also at the front bumper openings. This lower vent has actually a brake duct underneath, right here, which is designed to direct cooling air to the Brembo brakes when the car is straight, of course going on the side. But on the V-Spec, there is an additional equipment guiding plate to direct air more accurately into behind the brakes for cooling. So this is just some of the minor differences between the normal base model and the V-Spec, but a lot of people actually bought V-Spec parts, and like for example the extra cooling duct in the bumper and all this to convert into a V-Spec, but it's not really difficult. Now the R33 came with 245/45 R17 tires with 17-inch times 9-inch wheels, made by BBS Japan for lightweight, and these wheels are actually forged. These days, stock wheels, even 33 and 34, they're worth quite a fortune. Brembo brakes you see here were carried over from the 32 V-Spec 2, more than sufficient for street use, but on track use and for higher power applications, even for the 34, the stock Brembo brakes have insufficient capacity. That's why a lot of people upgrade them to R35 brakes or whatever. But if you just want to keep the car stock, changing good pads and discs is more than enough. Most important thing is to just check whether the master cylinder and the fluids are all refreshed. It's enough if you just want to run the car stock and as it is. The bonnet is made of aluminium. So this is the GTS4 4-wheel drive. So the GTR was actually based on this model because of the same Artesa 4-wheel drive, but the GTS4 had no turbo. So it was actually like a combination of this car and this car, but with a lot more. Now, one of the reasons why all this was carried over was that not forgetting the R32 GTR was a homologation car for Group A racing, so that large intercooler to get that 600 horsepower, but detuned in the road car for, in actual fact, maybe about 300, 310, depending on how healthy the engine is, also on the boost. Now the front wing or fender on the base model kind of looks like this, and it's really hard to tell on the GTR. We have to come right down to the side, and you can see how the bulge is much more than the base model. It's just kind of very gentle. Maybe we can see it if we go from a top view, and you can see here how the door line comes up and it curves over the fender, bulging out to get that wider track and coming smoothly down to the headlights. Side indicators are also different in design. For the base model, it's a little bit different, as we've seen. Going to the back, and you can also see how the bodywork is flat out to give a wider track, and it's very, very gentle on this car. Maybe less pronounced on the 33 compared to the 32. Here's a rear square-on view of the base model, and you can see how it's very streamlined with the rest of the body. And on the GTR, it has these nice power bulges from the back and also the front, giving that subtle shape which makes it a bit more kind of muscular. It kind of reminds me like a very built swimmer. It's definitely more elegant than the 32 the GTR, and even compared to the 34 GTR with its more angular and more squarish, kind of sharp-edged Gundam-like design. The 33 is maybe in our opinion very, very elegant. Let's have a look also at the rear design. The tail lights were basically the same. You had the iconic double circle brake and rear lights, and the indicator and the rear reverse lights are the same here, but this is where it's a little bit different. The skyline words is in plain plastic and it's kind of like embossed, whereas the base model was in chrome. The bumper has some similarities. Of course, it's missing the GTR badge, which is very, very important, and the rear badge hides the key to open the trunk. Very nifty. Let's have a look at the rear boot lid and trunk design of the R33. Now, even for the base model, there was a little quirky design point. The starting point of the boot lid at the rear windscreen kind of starts off flush like that, but as we go towards the rear, the actual line of the boot lid, as you can see here, and if we close it, is actually lower than the rear three-quarter fender. Rear wing is a one-piece design which starts off flush with the rear three-quarter fenders and goes all the way tapering downwards. And if you look on the side here, you can see how the wicker angle kind of goes up like this. And this design with aerodynamics of the 90s, of course, tested in the wind tunnel, was one of the points that created much more stability than the previous model. In fact, Nissan went through a lot of effort to design the shape of this rear wing. So let's have a look first. So here we have a diagram of computer-assisted design of the front and rear fenders, and one of the key points of the smooth shape. Of course, all cars are designed with the base model's shape in mind, and then for the high performance models like the GTR, design is added on afterwards as an improvement. So this is where we're looking at, and wind tunnel testing shows at the different angles. Oh, and by the way, this was also one of the first Japanese sports cars to have an adjustable rear attack angle of the wing. In fact, you can see it here. It actually has 4 attack angles for different levels of downforce, so it was adjustable. So you can see here at 0, it had a very impressive coefficient drag of 0.35. Now, 0.35 in the early 90s was quite remarkable. The maximum amount of downforce it could create, which is down here, CLF, at the maximum attack angle of 18 degrees, and it's plus from 0.14. This was one of the points that also surpassed quite a lot of JDM cars of that age. This, combined with the front spoiler, also certain small different adjustments to the suspension and keeping it in a level, really helped it to achieve high-speed stability and traction on the Nürburgring. So let's have a look at some of the body and reinforcement improvements of the R33 GTR. Oh, but before that, useful trunk space. It's not too bad for a sedan-based car. You could probably hold 1 golf bag and an overnight shopping bag, an overnight travel bag, sorry. Let's have a look closely here. And sticking out of the rear trim, you can see the rear strut bar and the word Skyline, but hiding behind this is the battery and also the control boxes and the sensors for the Atessa ETS Pro. All this was done, if you look at this diagram here, to move more weight towards the center away from the rear. Now, the R32 GTR had the fuel tank located under the trunk, so for 33 they moved it into the center underneath the rear seat. Super high CAS system over here, a heavy rear battery and the controls and some fuse boxes right here. And in order to improve weight distribution, and compared to the 32, the improvement of weight distribution from the front to rear went down by as much as 2.3%. Now, behind this, which you probably can't see, this is what it looks like. It's a very small picture, and you can see where the bracing in this form of a plate. Now in the 34 it's even larger, but it's done away with that bar. So it's moved inside. And in here in this compartment, if you remove the lid, is the reservoir tank for the Atessa ETS hydraulic system, which shifts torque to between the front and the rear. But this is also the same pump that's connected for the Pro system, which has the active differential. So very similar to the Lancer Evolution, which also has the reservoir tank in this position. So Tenna's R33 GTR has the stock twin tailpipe muffler. If you want to tell the difference between the regular version and the V-Spec version, if you're behind, this is one way you can have a look. And now we can see the rear differential. This is the high CAS 4-wheel drive mechanism, and you can see the KYB Nissan actuator over here. But this is the rear diff. On the V-Spec models, it has cooling fins for the active torque splitting diff. So if it looks like this, this is just the regular version. This is the reinforcement bar. This is the reinforcement for the lower chassis, and further in is the stabilizer bars and all these control links. All this suspension design was pretty high-tech for the 90s. In fact, the 34 GTR is basically the same, and it's a huge improvement over the R32 with different geometry.
So first let's talk a little bit about your car.
Okay.
It's got relatively low mileage.
Mhm.
It's not even 60,000 kilometers. How much is that in miles?
37, yeah, about 37,000 miles, if my math is correct. Someone can correct me in the comments, I'm sure. But yeah, something around that
This
mark.
is a 1995 or 96, 95.
95. So this is a March production 95 car. So it's one of the very early productions of the Series 1.
And that's 25 years old.
Right. Which means
60,000 kilometers. That
right.
is low mileage, isn't it?
Yeah, very low mileage.
Wow.
This car was very well taken care of, and being, like you had mentioned, about 99% OEM, except for the Momo steering wheel. This, you know, you have the original cassette player and everything, and shift knob and everything is in really good, in really good condition.
The OEM cassette player.
So let's have a look at the engine of the 33 GTR. Lightweight aluminum bonnet, not much effort to lift it up, and it comes with a manual already inside. So opening the bonnet of the Skyline GTR, we're confronted with a variety of acronyms. RB26 written on the cam head cover, twin turbo on the intake of the intercooler, Nissan, twin cam 24 valve, just in case we forgot that this engine is filled with all kinds of technology. Something very typical of the 1990s, where you had stickers all over the car, all-wheel drive, Atessa, and whatever. This was one of the more charming points now when we look back at it. Cars these days had hardly any stickers on the outside to show all these technical points, because there's so much of them. If you were to have a modern car with all technical points on the stickers, it would just fill up the entire door. So very much like the R34 and the R32 video that we did previously, the 33 uses the same inline six 2.6 liter 6-cylinder twin cam 24 valve twin ceramic turbos with individual throttle body, intercooled turbo with an oil cooler. That's already a mouthful. But where are the improvements from the R32? So let's have a look at them. First of all, the turbochargers were still ceramic, but they had a slightly larger compressor and a more efficient flow. And on the power graph here, we can see, so the R32 is in the dotted lines, the R33 in the solid lines, and this is the torque curve. It's improved by 1.5 kilograms from 36 to 37.5, and with much better response. Power climbs up and has better response around the mid-range, which is very important. Of course, this also offsets the increase in weight, which is almost like 100 kilos on this car. Now, gear ratios were the same, but I think this tells very little of the story. The boost was increased on the twin turbos from 0.7 to 0.89 on the R33 GTR. And here you can see how the downpipes were also redesigned, increased from 54 millimeters to 60 millimeters. So all these small minor increments, especially the intercooler. Now the intercooler looks the same from the outside, but the capacity has been increased by 4%. What's interesting is that even though it's bigger, it's lighter by 400 grams, because the R33's larger body with the reinforcements made it 100 kilos heavier, and the engineers needed to go through all these different small parts and try to make it as light as possible. In fact, the suspension's lower arms are also made of aluminium, so a completely different design, which we'll look at it later. And here is where there's also a difference from the R32, newly designed air intake fresh air duct, which comes in from the front between the bonnet and goes into an airbox, and you can see the twin turbos on the side hiding underneath. Not sure if you can see it. Let's have a look over here. Now, obviously, that's a lot of equipment packed into a relatively narrow engine bay. One of the difficult points of owning a Skyline GTR, unless you really knew what you were doing, removing a lot of parts by yourself, it's actually quite difficult. So for those of you who might want to buy this car in the future, do make sure you get as much material as possible before you actually touch a complicated car such as this. The 33 GTR also comes standard with a strut bar compared to the 32, which was an option. So all this equipment already from the factory were very important in ensuring that rigidity was in the car right from the start. And now, if you look at the strut tower area, this is where the 32 and the 33 is also very different. The 34 looks almost the same because of the redesigned double wishbone upper mount suspension. If you guys are looking for any Skylines, there's one weak point on some cars that these bodies do tend to rust quite easily. And of course, this car is in very good condition. Now this is where you have the sealing for the upper mount panel, and it's actually a sandwich panel, and on some cars it rusts from the inside, and if you encounter ever such a car, just forget it. It's trash. It's going to cost too much money to repair. So what you want to find is something that is minimum in this condition. Now let's have a look at the interior of the R33 GTR. Ooh. For a car that's very big, the interior actually has not much more space than other 90s cars in the D segment. I would say it's got a D segment kind of width. Now, the windscreen is very close to you because of the very long bonnet. The design is a real modern step up from the 32. You have all your controls here, and the triple meters that only comes with the GTR. We have boost here, and at +7, that's actually 1 bar. So the stock GTR 33 goes to 1.8. You have the oil temperature, and it's this meter that's the most interesting. It's a front torque meter. Depending on how much drive is transferred by the center diff to the front, this meter actually shows that change. But the interesting thing is that because the center diff is a clutch pack system, and depending on the sensors, if the actual clutch pack wears out over time, it doesn't actually physically transfer torque to the front, but the meter actually still operates. So that's one small point that if you guys buy a old Skyline GTR, you might need to get this checked out. Most of the interior in Tanner's car is completely OEM factory, except for this steering wheel. He still has the original steering wheel. The earlier model had quite a unsightly, bulgy looking airbag steering wheel. The Koki models had a better Momo 4-spoke design, but other than that, let's have a look at the details. Now the gear shift is a 5-speed, and the FR style mounted gearbox. Throws are a little bit long, but they go in very positively, and very mechanical, nice meaty feel. This is still the same design from the R32, and the one nice thing I like about the Skylines and some Nissans is the handbrake or side brake is located very near the shift. So if you're on a hill, just easy, very ergonomic hand positioning for the handbrake and the shift lever. In fact, you can just put your elbow down here and operate the shift lever and the handbrake. Here we have the meters. On the GTR you have the 10,000 RPM, and it revs up to 8,000 RPM. Being a short stroke engine, it can rev up very high, but maximum power on the stock model only comes in at 6,500. And over here is the oil pressure meter, and you can see here a very low mileage, not even 60,000. And I like how the water temperature gauge and the fuel gauge is sort of like cut into the speedometer, and the carbon print on the surrounds gives it quite a sporty, Spartan touch. The panels here is one of the weak points of that generation of Skylines. It's a kind of a rubber spray-on overlay, and over time it does crack and scratch up. So this can't be helped, but probably good refurbishers can actually solve this problem. You have the original cassette player stereo system here, and a very good item for people who are collectors and want to keep their car as stock as possible. And let's see here, let's turn on the car and start. Even from the 32, the GTR models had a special key, and on startup you can see the 4-wheel drive and the high cast lamps. And this is important. If it's the start of the car, and it should disappear after 2 seconds. Digital aircon, very typical of 90s, showing high-tech, thus high-techness, and you can adjust here. Down here we have a little badge that says GTR, switch button. Side console has ample space for putting your little bits and pieces of coins or boxes. Most of the interior is very typical 90s, is drab and very plain black plastic, but it kind of gives it that very simple spot. All over on the side trim here, the cloth material is very high quality. Some of these parts squeak, but that can't be helped. This is something that could have been of a high quality product, but I think Nissan actually spent more money on the engine and the drivetrain than the interior. Also, mid-90s was when car manufacturers really started to try and do a little bit cost cutting on plastic materials, and as evidenced by cars after the R34 on Nissans, and not only Nissans, actually a lot of other car makers, it kind of went down. But on this generation, like for the dashboard, it's still soft touch materials, and it holds up. R32. In fact, you might not think this designer bucket seat would hold you very well. The shoulder bolsters are seems very short. The material here is very nice, kind of like a semi-suede. But looking here, it's a very deep bucket design, and this padding here is really comfortable for long drives. I'm going to sit in it again just to show you how snug this is. Now for OEM seat, the front of the seat actually is raised quite enough to give you that in-seat feeling. The frame behind this is really hard, and it does actually hold you in more than sufficiently. You might not need a Recaro on this. And the issue with some of these Skylines is the headrest height is actually quite short. I'm 178 centimeters tall, and I'm just about at a comfortable level. So, but of note is that now these cars are getting very expensive, and OEM seats on the second-hand market is also getting very expensive. So I would advise not to change these seats out at all. It's part of the whole package of the car. For a two-door coupe, this is a really convenient design feature. It's a seatbelt extender that pulls the seatbelt forwards and makes it easier for the passenger to pull up the seatbelt. It even has a little swivel. Now this started on the R32 and to the 33, and for the Zenki Series 1 R34, and then they discontinued that afterwards. Now for a stock bucket seat, it's very interesting because the mechanism for adjusting the seat back is like a Recaro. You have the dial here, and this one touch lift up brings the seat backwards. And try not to get this stab your face. All right, get in and push the seat back. The rear seats are also kind of a half bucket. Obviously it's a two-seater at the back. You're sat very low, and at my height with the cushion like this, my head is kind of barely almost scraping the rear windscreen. But this is one point on the 33 GTR, because the wheelbase is longer than the 34. There's actually more than enough space in the rear seat on the 33 than the 32 or the 34. So I'm quite comfortable right here.
Hi everyone, my name's Tanner. I go by Tanner Whale, and this is my 33 GTR. I've lived in Japan now for 4 years, but getting to this moment in time took a while. I didn't initially start with 33 GTR, so I'm from America, so growing up stateside, I originally had a Civic growing up, but even before that, you know, I didn't really get into cars, or specifically I didn't really get into JDM cars until I was maybe like 18, 19 years old, and a lot of that comes from a buddy of mine, shout out to Cody. He had an old S chassis, S13 hatch. It was RB swapped, and that was like my first introduction into Nissans and JDM tuning cars and like drifting culture and all that jazz. So it was an experience, and from there I decided to work at a Toyota dealership, transitioned into a Subaru dealership, had a couple Subarus, had a supercharged NB Roadster, and then decided to move to Japan because I wanted to see the real car culture. You know, I wanted to see Japan, so that's why I'm here today. So shout out also to Noriyato. Lexi was a huge influence on, you know, his old videos and whatnot, of kind of influencing me to get into checking out car culture and whatnot. So with this 33 GTR, why a 33 over say a 32 or a 34? Part of that is cost. 34s are a bit out of my budget, but the 33 seemed like it had all the tools to have a really solid driving experience. It's A lot of people kind of want to hate on the 33s. They don't maybe get as much recognition or respect as they deserve. But in terms of times around the Nürburgring and Tsukuba, there's in factory spec. The 33 is a phenomenal car to drive. It's a pleasure to drive, and being this car is essentially 99% OEM, I just had to have it when I saw it listed for sale.
Tanner, thank you so much for lending us your R33 GTR.
My pleasure.
Very beautiful car. And we're going to have to open this.
Okay.
Gran Turismo Bible. And, you know, like a lot of us JDM fans back then, we started with this, right? I'm sure you played this before.
Yeah, I was pretty young at the time when that came out, but I definitely played it on the PlayStation 1. Probably didn't respect it or enjoy it as much as I should have, being at a younger age. They put basically every Nissan ever made inside
all of them
in Gran Turismo, right?
Yes.
Okay. R33.
GTR. And they even have the Zenki and the Koki ones.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting. Gran Turismo seems to put the real horsepower in brackets over here, and it says here 324 horsepower. Might be a bit optimistic, but maybe that's pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
The car does have maybe more than 280. Alright guys, and that was a review of Tanner's very nice silver Zenki R33 GTR. And let us know in the comments what you think of this car, and if you'd like us to do more different reviews. So that's all from us. Until the next time, peace out.
after one. Thank you.